posted evidence of fraud in one of Ariely's papers to an online blog. The results of the paper, which had already failed to replicate in 6 studies, was a key insight of one of Ariely's best-selling books. One study in the paper was conducted at an auto insurance company in the southeastern United States. In this study, which Ariely supervised, policyholders were asked to report the odometer readings of their insured vehicles. The difference of their reported odometer reading and the odometer readings from the beginning of the policy indicated reported miles driven. In the experimental condition, participants were to sign a pledge of honesty at the top of the page before reporting their miles driven. In the other condition, they were to sign at the bottom of the page after reporting. The researchers observed a large statistically significant difference between the conditions in the reported miles driven. Because the policyholders were randomly assigned to conditions, the researchers could infer that those who had signed at the top of the page were less likely to underreport their miles driven. That's quite a mouthful, but the takeaway is, signing at the top promotes honesty. It's a pretty interesting result, and it suggests a very cheap and easy way to get more honest responses in self-reporting. So, what's the big issue? Well, when looking at the raw data, you can see that the reported miles driven fit a uniform distribution. This is, to put it lightly, really, really weird. It suggests that just as many people drove 40,000 miles, as drove 20,000 miles, as drove 10,000, as drove 1,000, as drove 500. And so on. Miles driven would generally follow a normal distribution. Take a look at odometer readings from Britain in 2010. It's a bell curve. Now look at the miles driven from the experimental data. Barring outright fabrication, there's no plausible explanation for this. These values suggest the data was generated. But that's not all. According to the data, respondents also didn't round their odometer readings when reporting. Note that most of these people were likely not looking at their odometers while reporting. They were giving a rough figure. Take a look. Here's the odometer readings on file for the policyholders, and here's the reported odometer readings at the end. For the reported values, there was absolutely no rounding. This implies that a customer was equally likely to report an odometer reading of 17,498 miles as to report a reading of 17,500. Unfortunately, it gets worse. For the baseline odometer readings of the first car on each policy, there are values in 2 different fonts, 6,744 values in Calibri and 6,744 values in Cambria. This could be a weird formatting error, but when you look deeper, you see that each policy of a different font has a corresponding policy in which every car is within 1,000 miles. This suggests that the values in Cambria were generated in Excel by adding a random number between 1 and 1,000 to each car's miles from the policy in Calibri. Wow. So the data in this study about preventing insurance fraud is fraudulent itself. In a comment to the writers of the blog, Ariely stated that he agrees with the conclusion of the post. In other words, the data were fabricated. Despite this concession, he maintained that the insurance company handled the data independently and sent it to him. Ariely admits he did not test the data for irregularities, and after this painful lesson, he'll start doing it regularly. His statement hasn't convinced me. After all, he did sign at the bottom. The statement also contradicts some of the evidence. The metadata of the Excel file indicates that Ariely had created it, and was the last to edit it before sending it to his co-author Nina Mazar. The wealth of evidence for fraud resulted in controversy, but there was never any formal action from Duke. Just 2 years later, another researcher was found guilty of fabricating data in the same paper in a different study. This was likely independent of Ariely, but who knows? Also, while I was editing this video, NPR released a bombshell. They spoke to the insurance company which collaborated with Ariely on this study, and after running their own in-house replication with the data they provided in 2008, they found no statistically significant difference between the 2 conditions. They also confirmed that while Ariely's paper reported data on over 13,000 policies and 20,000 vehicles, they only provided data which included 3,700 policies and 6,000 vehicles. They stated with clarity that the data was manipulated and supplemented by synthesized or fabricated data. Unfortunately, this was not the first time Ariely had been under fire for research practices. In Chapter 10 of Predictably Irrational, Ariely's most influential book, he mentions an experiment he'd conducted in which he administered shocks to participants to measure the effectiveness of placebos at different price points. While at MIT, Ariely had already published similar research. finding that participants who thought their placebo costed more experienced less pain. But this time, Ariely was administering shocks to his participants, and he had not requested IRB approval from the university. This is a huge no-no for any experiment with human subjects, much less one that purposefully inflicts pain upon them. The experiment was suspended and eventually approved, with Ariely being replaced as the primary investigator and being suspended from conducting experiments. Not long after, Ariely left MIT for Duke University. In 2008, Ariely and co-authors published a very influential paper which found that moral reminders before completing a task promoted honest self-reporting of task performance. This one is quite similar to the car insurance study, and both served as the scientific scaffolding of Ariely's bestseller, The Honest Truth About Dishonesty.
So we got people to the lab and we said, we have 2 tasks for you today. First, we asked half the people to recall either 10 books they read in high school or to recall the 10 Commandments. And then we tempted them with cheating. Turns out, the people who tried to recall the 10 Commandments, and in our sample nobody could recall the 10 Commandments, but those people who tried to recall the 10 Commandments, given the opportunity to cheat, did not cheat at all. The moment people thought about trying to recall the 10 Commandments, they stopped cheating.
Great. Sounds like another interesting and impactful finding. One that certainly demands a few chapters in Ariely's book, and would likely even be of use to his many consulting clients. So, what's the problem this time? A replication report published in 2018 reviewed 19 replication attempts of the original study. They found an average effect size of 0.11. This is pretty small, at least relative to the original effect, and it's in the opposite direction. Coincidentally, of the 20 total experiments, Ariely's had the greatest effect size by a large margin. So, not great evidence for Ariely's findings. But hey, at least the data were not completely fabricated. Well, not so fast. It turns out no one knows where the experiment was run and where the data came from. All 3 authors do not recall where they got the data, or who helped them collect it. Ariely has claimed that a UCLA professor helped conduct the experiment, but according to emails posted on econjobmarketrumors.com in June 2023, she has absolutely no recollection of running the experiment or working with Ariely at all. Here are some of the emails. From Dan to Amy on Monday, June 6th, 2022. There is a reporter in Israel who is trying to write a story about me, and he is claiming that you said that I never collected any data at UCLA. This was of course many years ago, but do you have any memory that I was allowed to use the data pool subjects for one data collection many years ago? They are trying to get me to bleed even more than I am bleeding now, so anything that you can remember would be very, very helpful. Irrationally yours, Dan. In a response back to Dan and his co-authors on the same day, Amy writes, "As I wrote to you last August, I don't remember running the study for you, but I might have collected data as a favor to you, nearly 20 years ago. Recall that at that time I communicated that to the researchers who contacted me. I had never read the 2008 paper, but I see that I am in the acknowledgement section, with my name misspelled. However, having been asked repeatedly about the details of this, for nearly a year, it is clear to me that the study could not have been conducted in the manner in which you reported it in your paper. For example, there was no lottery/incentive compatibility task. Folks would have just received a $15 to $20 payment for completing the booklet. We run in groups of 300 and 400 and not in class. Your sample size does not fit. There was no experimenter, no one correcting matrices, etc. Perhaps you don't remember. Did you have an IRB? Where is the data? When exactly did I run such a study for you? It's a complicated study. Did you train me on how to run it? This is your research, and I understand that you are the 3rd author, and you should know the details. Again, as I said last August, please keep me out of your mess. I will not be making any more statements with respect to this matter. Sincerely, Amy." A day later, from Amy to Dan. "This is an LA comment, but hire a PR person. There are tons here. I can get you some referrals." From Dan, in response, "I know you mean that, and it is important to me, so thanks for that. I will forward them the email from yesterday, but if you will be willing to email me a more coherent statement around that, this will be very helpful. Best, and I miss our early days. Irrationally yours, Dan." A day later, in response to Dan, Amy says, "There was none. That's the point. The study was not conducted as you described in the paper. Again, if you have the data, then it will show the date. But the study was not conducted in the manner in which you described. Period." from Dan. Do you remember who was the RA that was running the data collection sessions in 2004 and 2005? Amy in response, we have no research history. I wanted to do something on interpersonal comparisons of utility, and I ran a pilot and you did nothing with it. Blew me off. Enough. Based on own statement that implies I don't remember conducting this study as you described, I can see a bus coming for me. Don't contact me again. So, that's pretty bad. But that's gotta be it. Right? In 2010, Ariely appeared on NPR's All Things Considered.
Dan Ariely conducts experiments, too. He's a professor of psychology and behavioral economics at Duke, where he does research into our predictably irrational behavior. And he comes on the program from time to time to share his research. Today, Dan Ariely on irrationality at the dentist's office.
So, you go to a dentist, and the dentist x-ray your teeth, and they try to find cavities. And one of the questions you can ask is, how good are dentists in that, right? So imagine you came to a dentist, you got your x-ray, and then we took your x-ray and we also gave it to another dentist.
Right.
And we asked both dentists to find cavities. And the question is, what will be the match? How many cavities will they find that both people would find in the same teeth?
And I'd really hope it would be somewhere up around 95+%.
That's right. It turns out what Delta Dental tells us is that the probability of this happening is about 50%.
50%.
50%, right? It's really, really low. It's amazingly low. Now, these are not cavities that the dentists find by poking in and kind of actually measuring one. It's from x-rays. Now, why is it so low? It's not that one dentist finds cavities and one doesn't. They both find cavities, just find them in different teeth. And here is what happens. Imagine you're a dentist and you see a patient and you really want to find a cavity because you get paid more if you find cavities and you can fix them. And the patient is already on the chair, he's already prepped, you might give them the treatment right now, really good marginal income for you. How is this motivation to find cavities will influence your ability? And now you look at an x-ray which is a little fuzzy and unclear and there are shadows and all kinds of things are happening. What happened is this unclarity of the x-ray helps in some sense the dentist to interpret noise as signals and find cavities when there aren't really.
And fill them?
And fill them and drill them, expand them. I don't think they ever tell the patient, hey, I thought it was a cavity, but turns out it was just a mistake. But, they do fill them.
That you're describing a very private relationship between patient and dentist.
Yes.
For these claims, Dan cites Delta Dental, a large American network of dental insurance companies. Just over a week later, NPR followed up on the segment due to heavy backlash.
Now to some of your comments about the program. For the last few days, we have been inundated with letters from dentists.
Angry dentists. They're upset over our interview with behavioral economist Dan Ariely. We talked about the relationship between dentists and their patients. At one point, Ariely said that if you ask two dentists to identify cavities from the same x-ray, they'll only agree about half the time. We heard from the dental insurance company Delta Dental, which Dan Ariely cited in his interview. Company spokesman Chris Pyle writes, "We're normally fans of Dr. Ariely's work, but he should not have made reference to Delta Dental when stating that 50% of the time dentists will interpret x-rays differently. Delta Dental has no data that could lead to any such conclusion. Delta Dental processes 84 million claims a year for 54 million customers, so obviously we're interested in making sure those claims are accurate. That's why we employ dentists throughout the country to review claims for accuracy. Still," he writes, "we understand that conclusions made in the medical arts, like other arts, are prone to some degree of subjectivity and interpretation."
Later, when questioned, Ariely admitted that he shouldn't have publicly cited Delta Dental, stating that the ordeal was an expensive but good lesson. Now, maybe a Delta spokesperson did share this conclusion with Ariely. This would be quite surprising, given the threat the publication of such information would pose to their reputation. If Ariely really did receive this information from someone at Delta Dental, he has failed to recall their name. So with all of this evidence, and pretty strong evidence for selection for significance in Ariely's publication history, there's two possible explanations. Either Ariely is extremely disorganized, very careless with protocol, and let's just say creative with the data, or he at times intentionally fabricated data and faked experiments to embellish his hypotheses. While we're not certain if the latter is true, we do know Ariely's conduct has a very questionable track record, and his most publicized findings are almost certainly false. And now, with the recent testimony from the insurance company, I'm not sure if there really is any other plausible explanation other than fraud. Overconfidence in research findings is one thing, but Ariely has been quick to monetize his findings through his best-selling books, numerous startups, and work with government agencies in the US, South Africa, Holland, and Israel. This included a 4-year contract with the Israeli Ministry of Finance, which netted Ariely $17 million. And according to the chair of Israel's National Economic Council, it resulted in very little policy change. The dubious findings in the 2012 paper on the sign at the top effect also resulted in policy action in the US during the Obama administration. This story, among others, sheds light on the significance of incentives in academia. Like any productive environment, the knowledge-creating apparatus that is the peer review publication process features perverse incentives. The publish or perish model incentivizes selective reporting, a posteriori hypothesizing, and even outright data fabrication. Without the proper guardrails, we should expect to see all of the above from time to time. For these reasons, practices like pre-registration and the open publication of data are crucial, and luckily they've gained a lot of traction in the last 15 or so years.
In that regard, by the way, we also as scientists have to be careful. I'll tell you about my own experience. I used to teach at MIT, and the nice people at Harvard used to let us run experiments in their lab. And one day we ran this experiment with real people, and there's one, and the results basically look kind of like we hoped they would look like, but there's one person in the group we hoped would perform well that is just performing terribly. And we look at the data, and there's like one person who's just pulling the mean down. It was a group-based experiment. It was just like terrible data point. And we looked at him carefully, and he was 20 years older than anybody else. And we remembered one very, very drunk old gentleman who came to the lab. And he was so memorable, and you couldn't stand close to him to talk to him. He was so stinking from alcohol. It was just terrible. And we said, you know, drunk people, who can have drunk people in the experiment? Let's just kick them out, and the result looked much nicer. And then we thought about it a week later, and we said, actually, one of the students, Daniel, said, what if that drunk person would have been in the other group? First of all, we said we probably would have never looked. And if we did look, what would we have said? We said probably, yeah, we need more drunk people in the experiment. And you know, and at that point, when we were looking at the data this way, we felt that by taking him out, we were kind of cleaning up the data. We were like cleaning up the weeds and clearing a path. But of course we weren't. There was a particular version of reality we wanted to see, and we were using our creativity to justify seeing that path. And we were not cheating anybody else, we were cheating ourselves. Right? Because if that experiment did not really work out, we would have gone spending another year and lots of money and time of the students on all kinds of things that are irrelevant. And it's not protecting from other people, it's protecting from our own creativity and our own ability to convince ourselves in what we want.
So, I bet you're wondering, what's Ariely up to now? Well, he still serves as the James B. Duke Professor of Psychology and Behavioral Economics at Duke, and he's continued his routine media tours despite the controversies. Also, NBC is releasing a drama called The Irrational, based on Dan Ariely's novel? Truly a bizarre Freudian slip. Also, Ariely's releasing a new book called Misbelief. It's about the formation of beliefs and why people change their beliefs. I don't really know how to close this video, but I do want to make it clear that I kind of wanted to believe Ariely. I looked up to him, I found his research highly interesting and compelling, and for these reasons I wanted to believe his work was rock solid. But unfortunately, the facts don't allow for that. If we're being honest, there's much more evidence for fraud than for the existence of the 10 Commandments effect, or the sign at the top effect, or whatever behavioral implementation Ariely is trying to sell you. So, the next time you watch a TED Talk, particularly about a new interesting finding in psychology or social science, take it with a grain of salt. At least in psychology, findings that don't replicate are much, much more likely to attract media attention. This is not to say that we should disregard entire disciplines or that fraud is the norm in these contexts. Psychology has helped us solve real problems in the past, and it will continue to teach us more about ourselves. And luckily, though in this case it took nearly 10 years, So long as there are enough honest replication attempts, we should expect all fabricated findings to be falsified in due time.
This video was sponsored in part by Brilliant. 2011, Cornell University.
It would be nice to be
as we've done more and more studies on SS. So it's today we're going to talk about how to stop waking up tilted. Because waking up tilted sucks, right? You wake up, you're already angry, you're full of negative emotion, and it kind of informs the rest of your day. Sometimes you can sort of bring yourself out of it, but for the first hour or two of the day, like, you have to like spend that hour digging yourself out of the hole instead of actually doing stuff. And so you're kind of like exhausted by 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. and you haven't even done anything yet. So waking up tilted is something that actually costs us a lot in terms of productivity, in terms of mental health, in terms of like actually living the life that you want. Hey, just a quick note. A lot of people will ask us, what do I do next? And that's why we built Dr. K's Guide. It's a comprehensive resource that distills over 20 years of my experience, both as a monk and as a psychiatrist. And it's designed in a way that's tailored to fit your needs. So if you're interested in better understanding your mind and taking control of your life, check out the link below. In order to understand how to avoid waking up tilted, we have to integrate a lot of information from neuroscience, clinical psychiatry, dreams, all kinds of crap, okay? So we're gonna talk about sleep, we're gonna talk about stress, and we're gonna talk about emotions. And once you understand the relationship between these three things, it will help you so much in life. So let's start with emotions. So one of the things that we know about mood disorders is that people who are clinically depressed have something called early morning awakening. So what we sort of know is that there are a lot of things that can look like depression. So if we look at like the features of depression, low energy level, not being able to have fun, difficulty sleeping. But those three things can be caused by all kinds of stuff. Like if you've got cancer, if you've got hypothyroidism, both of those diagnoses can cause low energy levels, difficulty sleeping, and a lack of pleasure in life. But there is one thing, or three things really, that is very specific to mood disorders, and that is early morning awakening. So a lot of people who are clinically depressed will describe a really interesting feature, which is that they wake up at like 4 to 5 in the morning, and their mind is going like a mile a minute, and it's also like in a very negative headspace. And so they spend the first couple hours of the day crawling out of that negative emotional pit. Now, the cool thing is that even if you wake up tilted, we can take this case of clinical depression and understand a lot about what's going on in the brain. And essentially what we know in clinical depression is that there is an overabundance of negative emotion. So when we have an overabundance of negative emotion, let's see how it affects our sleep and our brain and what our brain is kind of evolved for. So let's think about the circumstances in which our brains experience a ton of negative emotion. It's usually when things are going bad, right? That's what we've evolved for. It's like, okay, so like if our tribe is being attacked by another tribe, we have to flee. And as we flee, we're filled with negative emotions. And what is adaptively useful in these kinds of situations? The more negative emotion we have, we actually want to be very, very light sleepers, and we don't want to sleep a full night. So there's data that shows, for example, that cortisol, which is a stress hormone, affects the part of our brain which governs sleeping and waking. This is a part of our brain called the reticular activating formation. So when our cortisol or stress levels are high, think about evolutionarily, like what does our brain want to do? Our brain wants to sleep very lightly, right? We don't want to be deep sleepers. If our tribe is being hunted by another tribe, I want to wake up at 4 in the morning. Absolutely. Like I don't want to sleep till noon. And also, I want my sleep to not be very deep or very restful, because if they're hunting me and I hear a twig snap, my brain needs to wake up right away, right? I can't afford to sleep restfully. So stress in your life and negative emotions. So negative emotions will induce stress and cortisol production, and cortisol production will interfere with our ability to sleep for extended periods of time. And so then we will wake up early in the morning with our mind filled with negative emotions. Y'all with me so far? Okay, so we're waking up tilted, right? So stress has something to do with it. So the other thing to keep in mind is that in depression, what causes that early morning awakening is that overabundance of emotions. So why is everyone waking up tilted now? Has something changed fundamentally? And whether we wake up tilted, remember, it has to do with an overabundance of emotion. So there are two things that have changed a lot in our world today. The first is the way that we absorb emotions, and the second is the way that we process or really fail to process emotions. So the first thing to understand is that when we have emotional problems right now, what do we usually do? So in the past, like let's say 100 years ago, if I had a fight with my brother, what would I do? Like let's say I live on a farm somewhere, right? So I have a fight with my brother and I go do some rote work, like I'm gonna go milk a cow, or I'm gonna go, get some hay or weed the garden or something like that. And as I go and engage in this sort of kind of simple physical labor, right? Because for the majority of human evolution, we've engaged in simple behavior. We're not doing cognitive stuff. 5,000 years ago, it's not like everyone was a scholar and writing poetry, right? We would spend our time hunting and gathering and weaving stuff and milking cows and whatever. And so when I'm doing that, what is my brain actually doing? It's taking that emotional insult and it's actually processing that emotion. There's studies that show, and I've seen this kind of when I'm working on inpatient psychiatry, that if I have a group of kids who's been traumatized and we are doing a trauma processing group, one of the healthiest things to do in the trauma processing group is to give every kid, especially adolescents, needlework. Needlework actually facilitates trauma processing. So there's something weird with our brain. This is probably the way that it evolved, right? Because we were doing this rote activity that when we're doing needlework or we're weeding the garden, we're processing emotions at the same time. It's just how it works. And we've observed this in clinical settings. And if you're trying to think through your problems, by all means, pick up needlework or go gardening or whatever. There's all kinds of studies that show that so that's good for your mental. And it's because something about the way that our body works is when we're moving a little bit, our emotions start to get processed. So now let's think for a second. What do we do now when we get into a fight? That's right. Let's look at cat videos or see what my least favorite politician is saying that's going to piss me off. We turn to these devices now, right? When you have a fight with a friend, when you get dumped by someone, what do you end up doing? You're going to browse Reddit, you're going to browse YouTube, you're going to browse TikTok, you're going to browse all kinds of crap. And so what happens to the emotions that we accumulate throughout the day? They get suppressed through technological devices. What does that mean when we go to bed at night? That means that the emotional load that we have is greater. And remember, what leads to early morning awakening? Overabundance of emotions, usually negative emotions, okay? But also positive emotions. I don't know if y'all were ever like this, but when you're on vacation, you're going to Disney World, you wake up at 5 a.m. every day and you're super excited because you're at Disney World and kids don't fucking sleep at Disney World. So any kind of overabundance of emotion, but especially negative emotions, will lead to early morning awakening. And we're piling up our emotions instead of processing them the way that we have for thousands of years. So next up, let's understand a couple of other things. So in addition to piling up emotions that we used to process, we're increasing our total emotional load. There's something else that has changed a lot in society, which is sleeping and dreaming. So the other cool thing about our brain is it has one other really awesome technique to deal with negative emotions, and that has to do with sleep. So sleep is filled with a couple of different stages, okay? So there's stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 sleep, and then there's something called REM sleep. And during REM sleep is when we actually dream a lot. And what we sort of know is that one of the functions of sleep is emotional processing. And so what we also know is that dreaming is one way that we emotionally process. And so basically when I'm doing dream work with my patients, and y'all can do this too, we'll talk about it for a second, is this how dreams work. So when you've got a bunch of emotions, when you stop and dream, what happens is you feel those emotions, right? So the emotions that you feel in dreaming are real. If someone's chasing you in a dream, you're actually really scared, right? That fear is 100% real. Like if there's lust in a dream, like I don't know if you've had those kind of dreams, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's some good dreaming right there. And even to the point where people want to do lucid dreaming, where they want to experience all these like really like lusty fantasies in their dreams. Fucking perverts. But so really what happens when we dream is the emotions that we feel are real. And Freud sort of made this discovery, and this is how we do like psychotherapy around dreams, is what I'll usually do with my patients is I'll ask them, like, it's not about like the circumstances of the dream. So there was like, I was driving a car and then a giant tooth came and smashed my car. And then once I was smashed in the car, I turned into a rabbit. And then I flew up into the sky and I saw the eye of God, and the eye of God was crying. All that like imagery crap, I don't think there's a whole lot of very solid scientific evidence that like the tooth means something and the eye of God means something. But what we do know more scientifically is that the emotions that you've stored up throughout your time during the day or your life will come out in dreams. And we know that because like if someone's been traumatized, right? So what happens is when they get traumatized, they dissociate. When they dissociate, they don't feel any of those emotions. And where do those emotions go? What is one of the most common symptoms of PTSD? Nightmares. Emotional dissociation during the day correlates with nightmares at night. And what do you find as you do psychotherapy and you process those emotions for traumatized individuals? The nightmares go away. And it's not any random nightmare, right? It's the emotional energy of the nightmare that's really important. So it's not whether it's a horse or a tooth or a car or whatever. It's how did you feel during the dream? And as you experience those emotions, it's kind of the opposite of dissociation, right? So if I dissociate and I store emotions up, when I feel them during the dream, I'm kind of like processing them, and then I felt that emotion and then it's gone. So that's the other thing to keep in mind about emotions. So when we feel negative emotions, we feel them for some time and then they go away. That's like how it works, right? So if I'm going to get pissed, but over time, after I feel enough anger, that anger will start to fade. If I suppress it, the anger will come out. But if I let myself channel the anger, if I go to therapy, if I talk about it and I feel that emotion coming out, and then it's out of me and I'm Gucci, okay? So next thing that happens is we have to understand overabundance of emotion, building up through technological suppression of emotions. And dreaming is one of the major things that we do to process emotion. Now, what does that have to do with everything else that we've talked about? In our society today, we do not dream enough. Let's understand why. So the first thing is, if I have cortisol, if I have an overabundance of emotion, then I'm going to do an early morning awakening. When do we do most of our dreaming? We do most of our dreaming at the end of our sleep cycle. So at the very beginning of our sleep cycle, stage 1 sleep is really, really big. And we only get like 10 to 15 minutes of a REM sleep in our like first 2 hours of sleep. The next 2 hours of sleep, we get half an hour of REM sleep, half an hour of dreaming. The next 2 hours of our sleep, we get 45 minutes of REM sleep. The last 2 hours of our sleep, we will get like an hour of REM sleep. Those aren't really perfect figures, but one thing that is very scientifically known is that our REM sleep slowly increases throughout the night. So if cortisol or an overabundance of emotion is waking me up 6 hours after sleep, I'm actually missing out on the REM sleep and the emotional processing part, right? So the actual place that I process emotions, I'm actually getting rid of. And if you sort of think about it, that's kind of adaptive too. Why would our brain want to do that? Well, because if another tribe is hunting me, I don't want to wake up in the morning and be like, oh man, today's such a beautiful day. Man, it's gorgeous today. Oh, fuck, I completely forgot that these people are hunting my tribe. Oh shit. Oh, crap, right? So we actually want to wake up with negative emotion if we are in danger. So now we start to see all kinds of things cascading in. There are a couple of other really fascinating things. Technology use probably interferes with REM sleep overnight. This is where we also find something else that's really interesting. People who use a lot of psychoactive substances like marijuana, alcohol, stimulants even, drinking Red Bull and stuff like that, it messes with your sleep architecture. And so this is the real problem if you use marijuana to like help you sleep at night. Marijuana will knock you out, right? It'll help you quiet your anxious thoughts so that you can fall asleep, but it interferes with your sleep architecture and your emotional processing. People who get high or drink a lot of alcohol before they go to sleep don't dream as much. If they don't dream as much, they don't process emotions. So you're accumulating all these emotions throughout the day. You're not getting rid of them, and you're going to wake up tilted. So how do we fix this? How do we stop waking up tilted? The first thing that you can do is literally sleep more. So of the people that I've worked with who wake up tilted very, very chronically, they usually sleep for about 7 hours a night. So you got to sleep more. Don't use pot, don't use marijuana, don't use alcohol, or even sleeping medication to help you sleep. What you want to do is blackout curtains, weighted blanket, right? These are the two things that you want to do. Lower the thermostat, make it cold, and snuggle into that blanket. You want to force yourself into a physiologic hibernation. First thing you need to do is just sleep more. And there's a lot of evidence that shows that waking up tilted actually correlates with sleeping insufficiently. So this is some really interesting research as well. How do we regulate our emotions? We regulate our emotions with our frontal lobes. Our frontal lobes, when we're feeling too emotional, our frontal lobes will be like, yo, amygdala, calm down, bruh. It's okay. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Just relax. When our frontal lobes are capable of doing that, that's when we sort of feel emotionally better. So what sort of short circuits our frontal lobes? A lack of rest. So as we get fatigued throughout the day, as fatigue builds up, at the end of the night, like we get pissed, right? We start making really stupid decisions. We make impulsive decisions. You don't text your ex who's toxic for you at like 11 a.m. on a Sunday when you're well rested and you played Frisbee golf all morning. You text your toxic ex at 2 a.m. when your frontal lobes stop working and you can't control your emotions. That's when you stalk them on social media as well. So this is why first thing we got to do is we got to sleep more, strengthen our frontal lobes, and do so in a non-pharmacologic means if you can. Second thing we've got to understand, overabundance of emotion leads to early morning awakening. Early morning awakening means we miss out on our REM sleep. Missing out on our REM sleep means that we don't process emotions. Hence, we wake up tilted. Okay? So second thing that we want to do, process emotions before you go to bed. All right? So if you want to journal, that's fine. You can go for a walk. And I like this really simple exercise, which is do this reverse analysis of your day. So start with the end of your day and kind of ask yourself, okay, what did I do this last hour? This is what happened. And this is the key thing. Ask yourself, what emotion did I feel over the last hour? And then go to the second hour before bed and the third hour before bed and unwind your mind. So you can say, okay, at dinner, like, oh yeah, like I wanted to order this thing, but they screwed up my order and I got kind of pissed off at the waiter. Oh yeah, I felt that anger. So process that for a second. Okay, I got really upset. That's okay. What happened the hour before that? Oh, and then I got disappointed. And then the hour before that, I felt really anxious. I was going to go to meet my friends for happy hour, but I haven't seen them in 5 years, and I've gained some weight, and I was afraid that they would think that I'm pathetic, right? And what actually happens when you go to the happy hour? When you're on your way to the happy hour, you're scrolling through your phone to suppress those emotions. You go to the happy hour, and you start pounding the drinks to suppress the emotions. So you got to unwind your day and think through all of the emotions that you felt that day. Even doing that for half an hour or 15 minutes or 1 hour can be very, very helpful. Okay? So we want to try to sleep more. We want to unwind some emotions. Next couple things that we can do are pretty like common advice that are hard to do, but let's mention them anyway. Second thing is if you use technology, chances are it's going to suppress your emotions. So this is where if you're feeling upset about something, the one thing I would encourage you to do some kind of rote activity for 15 minutes before you pick up your phone, right? Go for a walk, go gardening, fold laundry, do something stupid with your hands for about 15 minutes. If you want to do needlework, do needlework. Literally, this is stuff that they do. Like I worked in an inpatient hospital where on day one, when you're checking in, we take away all of your shoelaces so you don't hang yourself and we hand you needlework, right? But like, that's literally what we would do. Anyway, we also check you for razor blades, and here's a blunt needle. So what you want to do is do some, like, let your mind emotionally process for a little bit, okay? And the last piece of advice that I'll give you is dream more. So pay attention. I know it's kind of weird. How on earth do you dream more? Pay attention to what you can do throughout your day that results in you dreaming more. And the more that you're able to dream, so try to figure out, okay, like, what do I need to eat? What do I need, do I need to avoid alcohol? Do I need to avoid marijuana? Try to dream is like try to figure out like what can I do to dream more? Does that mean sleeping an hour later? Because literally that emotional processing part of your brain functions through dreaming. So what I found with a lot of people that I've worked with is I'll just ask them, what are the things that you can do that will allow you to dream more? And it's not like a perfect science, right? You can't say like, okay, if I do this before I go to bed, I'll definitely have dreams. But y'all will sort of know. And the main thing to understand is what the value of that dreaming is. So if you get better quality sleep, if you sleep for longer periods of time, so we really enter into that REM phase, if you reduce your stress, cortisol, through things like meditating, and most importantly, if you have emotions that happen throughout the day, do not turn straight to technology to suppress them and instead process them. If you do these 4 things, there is a very, very, very good chance that you will wake up less tilted. So today we're going to do something fun. So it seems the seed of addiction to improvement starts with conditional love. So the majority of people that I've worked with who struggle with this problem have parents who are very conditional with their love. When we sort of think about parenting, we kind of think like, okay, parents should give unconditional love, right? That's what raises healthy kids. And what does unconditional love mean? It means that I love you no matter what you do. So you can do well or you can do poorly, and my love for you is the same. It doesn't mean that we don't encourage you to do well or we don't reward you to do well, but that fundamental sense of love is there no matter what. But oftentimes, if you're kind of one of these people who feels like, I got to do better, I got to do better, I got to do better, where did you get that idea? You got that idea from your parents who were conditional with the love that they provided. In the household that I grew up when I was 9 years old, my dad sort of told me and my brother, he was like, one of you is going to be doctor and one of you is going to be lawyer. And so I learned at a very young age that my value as a human being depends on my performance. And whether I'm loved, whether I'm a good kid or good little Indian boy or bad little Indian boy, depends on whether I get straight A's. No girlfriend, no fun. You need to get grades, grades, grades. And so literally the affection and love that I felt in my household was somewhat conditional based on my performance. Hey y'all, I want to take a moment to thank the sponsor of today's video, Babbel. Babbel is the top language learning app worldwide. And if you're interested in learning a new language, I can't recommend them enough. There are a couple reasons why I really love Babbel. The first is that it's built by actual language educators. So these are people who have a ton of experience in teaching people how to speak new languages. The second reason that I really like them is that their method is scientifically backed, and they've been able to demonstrate that they can teach the basics of a new language in as little as 3 weeks. The third reason why I really love Babbel is that it's very easy to use and replaces the wasted time in my day. So instead of doom scrolling, I'm actually spending time learning a new language. So right now, for example, I'm learning Spanish, and I recently learned how to say aprendo español, which means I'm learning Spanish. So what I love about the app is that it's really easy to use. So right now, let's say I logged in and I don't want to learn something new, so I'm going to go ahead and review. And not only do I have the option to review, but then they give me lots of choices. So what do I feel like doing right now? I don't want to do something very intensive, but I want to do something kind of passive. So I'm going to just take a look at some flashcards. So that's what I really love about the app is they make learning a language really, really easy, and you can squeeze it into different parts of your day. It's very accessible. So if you're interested in learning a new language, I strongly recommend Babbel. If you use a link in the description below, you can get 60% off of your subscription, which is an awesome deal. And I'd like to thank the sponsor of today's video, Babbel, for helping us keep mental health content on the internet free. If you grew up in a household like that, this may be resonating with you, whether the affection that your parents gave you depended on how well you did at particular things. And if you did grow up in a household like that, your mind constructed a view of the world, that my value as a human being depends on my performance. Therefore, if I am feeling bad about myself, what do I need to do? I need to perform so that I can show everyone how good I am. And now we move on to a really important adaptation that people who are addicted to self-improvement have, which is that they use external factors to solve internal problems. So we sort of know about this, and this is actually a little bit more common in men, is that sometimes when we feel bad emotionally, we will turn to an external thing to fix an internal emotional problem. So if I'm addicted to, let's say, like heroin or alcohol or marijuana, how do I fix that anxiety or feeling bad about myself? I turn to an external thing to make it feel better, right? I'm going to drink alcohol, I'm going to get high, and I can do an external action to improve my internal state. For people who are addicted to self-improvement, they just turn to a different kind of action, right? I'm going to accomplish something. So if I feel insecure and unlovable on the inside, like I don't really belong here, I feel like an imposter, what am I going to do? I'm going to do the best job that I possibly can. I'm going to rise to the top. And if I rise to the top, then I will feel pride, right? People will respect me. People will love me. People will like me. And then this feeling of insecurity or lack of love on the inside will go away. But that's not actually what happens, right? So if you're addicted to self-improvement, you know this, that even when you get a gold medal, you're not like chilling and happy, right? The first thing that you're thinking about is, oh my God, who's going to beat me next year? And even when there aren't competitions, like let's say, for example, like you do a group project or you pitch something to your boss, even if they say like, hey, great pitch, in your mind, what you're sort of thinking is like, that person's just saying that. I know I could have done something better. And then you go asking for feedback and you're like, what could I have done better? What could I have done better? And so what you sort of fall into is this sort of idea where when you have a negative emotion, you're going to engage in an external behavior to make that negative emotion go away. But there's a fundamental problem with that, which is that any kind of relief that you get is temporary, because fundamentally, emotional problems require emotional solutions. So a good example of this is people who are like afraid of being behind in like romantic situations, right? If I'm like a virgin or whatever, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, I'm a loser, like I feel bad about myself because I'm a virgin. That is a insecurity that I have internally. And so how am I going to fix this? I'm going to like, sign up for some like pickup artist course or whatever. I'm going to like become a Chad or whatever. And I'm going to like do better in life, right? I'm going to go and I'm going to get laid. So I'm going to fix this problem by getting laid. But when I work with people who are, insecure about being virgins and they will go get laid, either sort of some meaningless kind of sex at a party where everyone's drunk, or in some cases, they'll even work with like a sex worker or a prostitute, that doesn't actually fix the problem. In their mind, they're sort of thinking like, okay, if I fix this thing on the outside, it will make me feel better on the inside. And so they go on fixing those external things. And this is exactly what happens with people who are addicted to self-improvement. I don't know where I'm going in life. Let me go to a spiritual retreat where I will fix that problem. I don't know what's happening in my life. I'm not getting promoted, or I don't feel like I'm a competent person, or I feel like an imposter. Let me go work really hard so I can get promoted, and then the imposter syndrome will go away, right? On the contrary, the imposter syndrome gets worse because now I've tricked these people into promoting me. And the imposter syndrome is like, oh my God, like now I'm going to screw it up and people are going to realize they never should have promoted me in the first place. It doesn't work, because emotional problems require emotional solutions. Now, there's a caveat to this, right? Or there's a counterpoint, which is that sometimes, let's say I feel unloved, or I'm afraid of being a virgin, or I have low self-esteem, or whatever, and then I can get into a relationship, and sometimes that can actually fix the problem, right? Sometimes if I like find a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and like that can fix the problem. How's that the case? Well, there's a big difference between getting laid and entering into a relationship that is emotionally nurturing, right? So if you're actually in a relationship where sure, you're having sex, but then this person also gives you like an emotional antidote to your needs, then that's a completely different story, because emotional problems require emotional solutions. And if I'm insecure about being a virgin, it's not getting laid that's going to fix it. It's actually entering into a relationship where someone helps me feel loved and accepts me for being a virgin in the first place. And this is the trap that people fall into, is that we start to think that external things will fix my emotions. And we sort of also see that in cases of people who are very materialistic, right? They go on like buying lots of stuff to make themselves feel better. Or we see this even in the cases of toxic relationships, where some people that I've worked with, and you may fall into this, where like you will do anything that you can to get someone to like you, right? And so you end up becoming a doormat and putting up with a lot of abuse because you think that if you can convince this person to like you, then you will feel loved. But it doesn't work like that. And self-improvement addiction is even worse than any of those other examples, because self-improvement addiction does a couple of other things that are really devastating. The first is that it objectively improves our life. So think about this, right? So if I'm so friggin' insecure that like I'm terrified that I'm going to fail a test, so what do I end up doing? I torture myself with anxiety and I study really hard. And then I get an A, and then I wind up in medical school. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm an imposter. So I got to work really hard because I don't deserve to be here. And then I do really well, and I end up at the top of my class, and then I match to a beautiful residency at some Ivy League institution. So if we really look at self-improvement addiction, it's really, really scary, because being addicted to self-improvement objectively correlates with like better success in life. And so when I work with these people, what I end up discovering is, if I were to ask you like, you're addicted to self-improvement, is it a problem? You say yes. And then I ask you, okay, like despite all the fact that you've succeeded these 5 times, do you feel better about yourself as a human being? And you're like, no. And then I ask this question, which is, do you want to change? And at the beginning, people will say, yeah, I'm tired of being unhappy. But if we kind of like go deeper into the conversation, I'm like, do you want to change? And then they end up saying, no, I don't want to change. And why is that? It's because my addiction to self-improvement gives me direction in life. It gives me fuel, it gives me energy, it allows me to accomplish stuff. And so what these people, the reason they're so friggin' addicted, and the reason it's such a hard addiction to kick, is because they don't want to give it up. And this is true of all addictions as well. Why are addictions hard to kick? It's not because they're harmful, it's because they're helpful. If you're very successful and you're addicted to self-improvement, and we take away your insecurity, what's gonna help you wake up in the morning? Why are you gonna go to work? How are you going to decide what to gun for, right? So addiction to self-improvement, when we have this insecurity, it gives us a sense of direction. and it gives us energy. And we don't even want to give it up, because if we lose our direction and we lose our fuel, then like, what are we doing in life? Like, how do I know what I'm going to be doing? Like, I have no direction. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm going to be sitting at home. I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to become the failure that I am afraid I've always been. So this is the huge problem, is that people don't want to give up their addiction to self-improvement. So how do we fix this? So the first thing that we've got to understand, once again, is that emotional problems require emotional solutions. So the one concrete thing that I would recommend to everyone who is addicted to self-improvement is stop looking outside yourself to fix that kind of thing, right? So if you feel insecure, share it with someone else. You can talk to a therapist, you can talk to a coach, you can talk to a boyfriend, you can talk to a girlfriend, which is what we're terrified to do, right? But here's the problem, is that right now, the reason you're in this mess is because when you feel insecure, you go and try to fix it on the outside. You never actually try to fix it emotionally. So what I would strongly recommend that you do is share that emotion with someone. I know it sounds crazy, but that's literally all you got to do, right? So as you share that emotion, something is going to happen. The emotion will start getting better. You will start to realize, okay, I am loved. Like if you go to your boyfriend or girlfriend or your non-binary partner or whatever, you go to someone that you love and you share with them, hey, like, I'm afraid that I'm undeserving of your love. And yeah, it's really challenging and yeah, it's really vulnerable, but that's when like, you don't need to do anything in that moment to earn their love. If they really love you, they're going to love you anyway. And then something very important will happen. Holy crap. If I feel unloved, I don't need to do anything to fix it. I don't need to do anything to deserve love. I'm deserving of love, and this person is giving me love anyway. And that's when there's a fundamental crack in the way that you view the world, which is going to be where a lot of this healing and growth comes from. Now, some of y'all may be paranoid because I don't want to do that because it's scary. I get that. And how are you going to manage that fear? You're going to go take some course on managing fear and boosting your EQ, right? Oh, I'm afraid. I have to go fix that fear through something else. Dr. K, tell me how to fix the fear. I get that, right? So we're just going to skirt past that for a second. And the next thing that we really need to understand is that a lot of people are paranoid about this because if I no longer have the fear driving me, then it's going to lead to problems. So right now I'm in this relationship with a awesome person who is better than I am, and I don't deserve to be in this relationship. It is my fear of them abandoning me that causes me to go the extra mile and become the epic partner. I'm a A+ partner because I'm afraid they're going to leave me, right? That's how, and that's why they stay, because if you stop being an A+ partner, then you would leave because you're not fundamentally lovable. This is a cycle. And so you try really hard, you burn yourself out to make this person, assure that this person never discovers who you are. And are you actually happy in that relationship? Absolutely not. So start by sharing your emotions, because emotional problems require emotional solutions, and you'll start to feel better. There's another problem that we have to solve, though, is if you start feeling better, what we're doing is draining your gas tank, right? Because it's the fear or the insecurity that causes you to progress in life objectively and stay in this relationship. And that's where you'll discover something really cool, which is that once you're no longer living life to fix an insecurity, that is when you start to live life like for fun and excitement. So people who are addicted to self-improvement are going to live a life of avoidance. We're trying to avoid this catastrophe constantly. And so your life is so stressful. But the thing is, if I'm avoiding that catastrophe, I know like I've got direction because I'm always running away from the fire, right? Like, where's the fire? We're going to run in the opposite direction. And the fire keeps chasing us because that's what fire does, right? It doesn't just stop. It just keeps coming. And so the it keeps growing and growing and growing, and I keep running and running and running, and at least I've got direction. If the fire stops, which direction do I go? And this is what's beautiful, is once you stop running from the fire, you can start moving towards stuff that actually excites you. So what I've noticed in the probably well over 100 people that I've worked with who are addicted to self-improvement is that they're terrified that they will no longer have direction in life. But actually, the direction in life that they find is exactly the direction in life that they want, which is I want to stop living a life of fear and avoidance. I want to start living a life where I move towards joy and excitement. And the way to do that is to stop running away from the fire, right? And as you start sort of healing yourself emotionally, then there is space in your mind for you to get excited about stuff. Literally, there are studies on burnout that show that the first thing to go when you are burnt out is curiosity. The brain does not have time for curiosity or excitement or joy when our ship is sinking and we're in damage control. So start by vocalizing your emotions, sharing them with someone else. Give other people a chance to accept you without you doing a good job. And the moment that starts to happen, your emotions will start to feel better. You will start to feel a little bit healed. You'll start to feel loved. And you will create the space in your mind for things like curiosity or excitement, which will ultimately give you a completely different compass, which is the compass that you've been looking for this entire time, which is, I want to live a life where I'm successful and is filled with joy. But you can't do that as long as you're addicted to self-improvement. So what tends to happen is sometimes when we lose sight of ourselves, we try to hold on to the echoes of who we used to be. What comes from inside? So a lot of like motivation, desire, excitement, these are the kinds of things that come from the inside. You can't really like logic your way to being fulfilled, right? Like you can't just like logic your way to like being motivated, right? So like maybe in your teenage years you were excited about stuff, and you were like, oh, it'd be cool to do this or cool to do this. You know, now with the pandemic, if you're a teenager now, that can actually be really challenging because it's hard to be excited. The problem here is that once you lose sight of your internal voice, and we'll talk a little bit about what that is and where that comes from, the best that we have is intellect to guide us. Okay, the image of the person I thought I am got destroyed, and now I feel dead inside. Hi, the story is long, but maybe it is not all needed to give you the answer, so I'll keep it short. I'm over 30 now. I was, or I thought I am, the person I know and like for over 20 years, and then something happened. It destroyed the image I had of myself. I was not sure who I am at this moment. I didn't know what to do, and I think I slowly was going closer to do what the person I knew before would do. And then something happened again that stabbed that image again. I feel dead inside, I think. I don't feel it every day, though. I even thought I'm okay. I thought I'm okay to this point in that I was thinking about being a recovery coach because I went through some stuff and I'm okay now. Today I started thinking that what I would say if I told Dr. K all my story. I got to some point, I started thinking about it, and I realized I'm not okay. How can I help someone if I'm not okay? I miss the person if I was, and if I'm not that person, I feel dead inside because it is like that person I thought I am is dead. I'm scared to try to be me I knew again because I tried twice and all it did was to hurt me again. I feel like I don't know if the person I thought I was even real. I don't know who I am now. Nothing matters, but I don't want to kill myself because I don't even know who is that myself. Life goes on and I pretend even to be myself that everything is okay until the moment like this happens when I realize how I feel. What do you think about it? What would you suggest? For first-time people, welcome. So I know that this post can sound a little bit confusing, but let's start by trying to understand a little bit about what this person is experiencing. So oftentimes, what can be challenging for us is that we have a sense of who we are. And this sense of self kind of hopefully develops like early on during adolescence or our teenage years. Then we for many of us, we kind of feel pretty good when we're 20. And then our 20s are actually characterized by some sense of like loss or some sense of losing sight of who you are, some sense of the world kind of kicking in and sort of like, because things when you're a teenager can be sort of bright and fun, and then when your 20s sort of roll in, you can sort of lose sight of that bright, hopeful person you used to be. And then what ends up happening is we sort of try to hold on to that person, right? So like that person used to be like excited to do things. They used to be excited about the future. The world was filled with opportunity. And so then what happens is we start to like, things can happen if we kind of pay attention to this post. It sounds like this person had a couple of setbacks. And then when we have setbacks, we sort of lose sight of our positive self. And then we're kind of left with this vacuum of like not being internally motivated because like that person feels like they're gone and all of my motivation came from that person. And then we run into a separate problem, which is that like once we lose track of kind of our inner self, right, that inner kind of guiding force, then what we try to do is we try to figure out, okay, how am I supposed to navigate now? Like if I don't know kind of who I am or where I am or what I should be moving towards, how do I figure out like where to go if I don't feel naturally excited about anything? And then what we do is we cling to our image of former self. Well, that person back when they were 20 years old would have done this. That person would have done this, and that person would have done this. So we try to like hold on to the memory of who we were. The funny thing is that as we hold on to the memory of who we were, it kind of starts to feel like life is very like artificial because there's no actual internal drive anymore, right? It's sort of like, I want y'all to just kind of think about a really simple analogy, which is, let's say that I'm really, really craving to eat a particular kind of food. And I remember that craving is super, super strong, and I really, really want to eat that food. And then as I start to eat it, I start to get satisfied. And then the craving kind of goes down. And then my desire to eat doesn't really isn't there anymore, right? Because in this situation, it's been satisfied. But then what sort of happens is that if I continue holding on to that relic of what I wanted before, and I think to myself, oh, like this food made me happy before, so let me eat it again, let me eat it again, let me eat it again. It's not going to bring you the same kind of joy. So what tends to happen is sometimes when we lose sight of ourselves, we try to hold on to the echoes of who we used to be. And in holding on to the person that we used to be, we actually end up getting ourselves stuck, right? Because that's not who we are anymore. And yet we're kind of stuck between this rock and a hard place because I don't really know who I am, so how do I move forward because that internal voice isn't there anymore. But the best I've got, right, because that's like the best you've got, is like the memory of who you used to be. And so then you start to chase after that kind of thing. And yet, like, even if you try to chase after it, that internal motivation isn't there. So you can start to chase after it, but your actual productivity, your actual enjoyment, your actual ability to tolerate difficult circumstances, without that internal drive, all of that becomes more difficult. And so then what happens is even if we're chasing after the echo of who we used to be, our productivity, our performance, our yield from our efforts tends to be very, very low. And that in turn causes us to lose more motivation, right? Because now I'm like trying and I'm trying. I tried this. It's not working. It's not working. It's not where I want to be. It's not where I thought I would be. It's not where I wish I was. And then we sort of get like kind of like lost, and then we kind of feel stuck and we don't really feel like doing anything. So how do we sort of get out of this situation of kind of feeling dead inside? And furthermore, once I feel dead inside, choosing what to do based on the echo of who I used to be, right? Because like I remember what I used to like, so maybe I'll just kind of try to do that again because that seemed to work at some point, right? So the real solution to this is to discover who you are now. And that's kind of easier said than done, but we'll kind of walk you through how to do that. Because the problem here is that once you lose sight of your internal voice, and we'll talk a little bit about what that is and where that comes from, the best that we have is intellect to guide us. The problem is that intellect is not like something that gives you fulfillment, right? Intellect can analyze, but it can't provide enjoyment. Our mind may be able to give us like some amount of pleasure through dopamine, but it can't provide us with like life satisfaction. So then what starts to happen is we start to live a very surface level life. And the more we drown ourselves in a surface level life, the further we get away from our kind of deeper self, our true self, whatever that part of ourself that brings fulfillment. And then we kind of get stuck in this situation where we're not really sure what to do. We don't have an internal compass, but all we know is which way the compass used to be pointing. So we go in that direction and hope that things will work out. So how can we understand how to overcome this situation? Okay, let's break it down. So, okay, let's take a look at this. So if you are dead inside, hold on, tech support. Okay, good. All right. So let's map out this problem. So if you feel dead inside. So let's first understand what that means, dead inside. How does someone be dead on the inside? Okay, so there's some psychiatric issues. So for example, there's something called the Cotard delusion, which, hopefully this person doesn't have, and we have really no way of knowing. That doesn't sound like it. So the Cotard delusion, just interesting factoid. So the Cotard delusion is a particular kind of delusional syndrome where you believe a part of your body or organ is like dead. So I'll feel like, oh, like my stomach is actually dead. or like my arm is dead. Like it's like dead flesh. It's kind of weird. It's sort of a misinterpretation by your brain of proprioception. Exceedingly rare. So this is like misinterpretation of like internal bodily signals, okay? So when we say dead inside, the first thing to understand is there is a little bit of a differential diagnosis here. We're not diagnosing anything, by the way. But so sometimes there are like conditions that will make you feel like literally dead inside. But most of the time, what we sort of mean is that there's sort of this inner self that we lose track of. So if you think about like what comes from inside, so a lot of like motivation, desire, excitement, these are the kinds of things that come from the inside, okay? And when we kind of talk a little bit about inside, let's try to think a little bit about what are the different realms of self, okay? So at our core, if you ask the yogis, there's something called turiya. And so turiya is our innermost being. And turiya has some of these qualities of, it's also kind of, the turiya technically in Sanskrit means fourth state or other state. So this is kind of a state of consciousness that is beyond the other states of consciousness. So what they sort of meant is that, you know, we've got turiya over here, and then we've got sort of this area over here where purpose, fulfillment, inspiration comes from like a deeper part of our mind. And then above that, we have sort of our surface level mind. And in the surface level mind, we get things like dopaminergic stuff, pleasure, enjoyment, emotions, right? Sadness, thoughts. So this is kind of our surface level of mind. So when people say I feel dead in the inside, what I oftentimes find that these people are experiencing is they're stuck up here in this area of mind. So their experience of life is highly mental, as opposed to like below the mind is like inspiration, fulfillment. You can't really like logic your way to being fulfilled, right? Like you can't just like logic your way to like being motivated. You can't kind of think your way to being motivated. Sure, you can do mental work that will help you with your motivation, sure. But generally speaking, they're kind of stuck on this surface mental level. So their lives are kind of, you know, dictated by dopamine, the chasing of dopamine, so that we can get away from the other negative thoughts. Right? So at this surface level of mind, they're doing their level best to be at this end instead of this end. So this is like the positive end. This is the negative end. But the whole point is that they stay over here and they lose track of the inner self. Okay? And so then what happens is once we lose track of the inner self, and this sort of happens as we kind of develop, right? So as we're kids, we're closer to these parts and theoretically even have some access to turiya. So this is a state that can be attained from sort of advanced meditation and things like that. So then what happens is we lose track. So like our inner desire, like our inner drives come from a deeper level of mind. Right? So like maybe in your teenage years, you were excited about stuff and you were like, oh, it'd be cool to do this or cool to do this. You know, now with the pandemic, if you're a teenager now, that can actually be really challenging because it's hard to be excited. And then when you lose track of your drives, then what happens is you hold on to the memory of your drives. And then you try to get motivated towards old drives. And this sort of is a problem because what this actually ends up doing is making you stuck. Because you're a different person now, right? Like you're not the same person you were 10 years ago. You've grown, you've changed, you've maybe become more despairing. Like growth doesn't necessarily have to be positive in, you know, in all of its emotional valence, right? So you're like a different person. If you just try to repeat the old thing over and over again, what that's going to do is end up making you stuck. So instead, what we've got to do is if we've gotten stuck up here, right, and we've sort of lost track of our inner voice, what we need to do is essentially learn how to move further down this way, right? So we need to move beyond the mind, sort of to the level of drive, and then ideally even find some experience of turiya. And if we can do that, then like the cool thing is we'll find that natural motivation again, okay? So the main thing here, the tricky thing is like, how do we lose track of this? And I think what we've learned how to do, or what we've forgotten how to do as a society, is listen to ourselves. So the core thing that we have to do to get down here is listen to ourselves. Now, let's think a little bit about why we have forgotten as a society to listen to ourselves. The first is that sometimes down here we have unpleasant stuff. So when we have unpleasant stuff down here, what does the mind want to do? It wants to go back up here. And now the problem nowadays is that going back up here has become way too easy. So it used to be that like the amount of like dopamine you could get 500 years ago was like limited, right? So like, let's say I'm a farmer in like Europe. And it turns out that like I can only distract myself kind of so much. Like maybe I was the village drunk. So like that's a good example of people who were like really, really, good at distracting themselves. But there just wasn't that much fun stuff to do. There may be like a festival, or you may be able to like play a sport or something like that. But generally speaking, like you couldn't automatically return to a positive dopaminergic state of mind. Whereas nowadays with all of our technology, it becomes really, really easy to forget to listen to yourself, right? So like think about it this way. If I'm like playing a video game for 8 hours, think about all of the internal signals that I'm suppressing when I do that, right? When I binge watch a TV show or spend hours just like binge watching, like chain watching crap on social media, or switch from YouTube to Reddit and then do some Instagram and then do a little bit of TikTok and like doom scrolling, right? Like we can just doom scroll for hours. And the other thing that happens when we doom scroll is we're also moving over here from the negative to the positive. The funny thing is that even doom scrolling can sometimes create negative emotions. So sometimes we're actually, doom scrolling goes this way, right? This is when I'm looking at pictures of my ex or reading about how everything in the world is going to hell. I actually engage my negative emotional mind. So why does our mind do it if it's sort of negative emotion? And that's because it's moving away from the internal self. So the mind just loves to be occupied. The mind sort of doesn't care whether it's like it's lost in sadness or like lost in happiness. What it wants to do is be lost in an emotion and like forget about the internal self. The mind loves that. Okay? So then we sort of get into the situation where it's like it's so easy to move away from ourselves. And so now what we have to do, unfortunately, is like getting in touch with yourself is now becoming like a harder thing to do. It didn't used to require like training, right? So we've had training for it for thousands and thousands of years, right? This is what the yogis in ancient India discovered. Buddha sort of popularized, right? And then Buddhism spread throughout East Asia and then is now like spreading across, the Western civilization, Western hemisphere. So there are skills for this, but we didn't need them before. Now with the advent of technology, this is why so many people are into meditation now, because you need to counteract this force that moves you away from your internal self. And then once again, down here, we've got Turiya, okay? So how do we do this? The first thing that I'd recommend is that if you're in this situation where you feel dead inside, go get a mental health evaluation. The first thing you should do. Okay? Why is that? It's to understand that sometimes the feeling of being dead inside is actually contributed to by a psychiatric condition. Right? So we mentioned the Cotard delusion kind of as an aside. It's exceedingly rare. I don't think, the likelihood that a single person who's watching this is having the Cotard delusion is very, very low. Right? It's like I don't think that's actually what's going on. But you may have some degree of depression. Right? You could have something like an atypical depression. You may have something like a seasonal affective disorder. There could be all kinds of things going on. And remember that like when it comes to clinical depression, like something like 20 to 35% of the population will experience this. So this number is like very high, right? And the cool thing here is that there could actually be treatment for this, right? So there may be like neurochemical signals that are altered in your brain that make it hard for you to connect to your internal self. So that feeling of despair, that feeling of like lack of motivation and stuff, there could actually be some kind of neurochemical imbalance. There could be sort of a psychiatric condition going on. And that's the kind of thing where it's like, unless you sort of get that fixed, then the rest of it is going to be very, very hard. So I'd actually start with a mental health evaluation. And this too, if we kind of look at this, I went through some stuff and I'm okay now. This is really important because even if you're okay, doesn't mean that you're like healed or fixed, right? So this is where like, it's sort of like if if I break a bone and I don't set it and fix it properly, eventually like the bone will heal and I'll be able to like walk again. Let's say I like broke a bone in my leg. Like I can walk again. It's just gonna, it's not gonna be like ideal. Like it'll be a little bit harder to walk. It'll take more energy. It'll be a little bit more painful. It'll be harder to climb stairs. And so in that way, mental injuries to us, and this person sort of says like, they get their internal image has been stabbed. So mental injuries to us also try to heal naturally, but much like physical injuries, they don't necessarily heal the right way automatically, right? They sort of like scab over, whereas like you can sort of mentally reset your mind as well if you kind of heal properly. A good example of this is trauma. So like our body will adapt and equilibrate to trauma, but that doesn't mean that it's actually healing properly. We'll sort of like develop new habits, distrust for other human beings, which is what will happen after we get traumatized. And that's sort of a natural adaptation to the injury, but it doesn't actually make it an ideal healing. So it's kind of a no-brainer, but I'd say start with a mental health evaluation because I didn't see anything in here that this person had gotten that. Okay? So, next thing that we need to do. So remember the goal here for the next steps 2, 3, 4, and 5 are going to be to like rebuild your relationship with your internal self, okay? So now what we're going to do is rebuild our connection to self. So this can be done in a manner of different like introspective, spiritual kind of things, but we're actually going to start with what's easiest. So there's this very simple principle from kind of like Eastern spirituality that you start with the body because the body is the most accessible. So what we're going to do is get our body active. And you may say, okay, what does that mean, get it active? It means just do anything that's active. Do anything that your body will send you signals. Okay, that's what we want to do. We just want to be receiving signals. So a good example of this is, let's say we go for a jog. If you go for a jog and you're huffing and puffing, after 5 minutes, you may think to yourself, oh my God, I'm screwing up so bad. I'm so out of shape. That's not the point. You're doing fantastic if you're huffing and puffing. Because what's happening in that moment is you are reconnecting with internal signals, even if you're huffing and puffing. You can go cycling. You can do push-ups, you can go for a swim, you can just get your body active. Start to re-engage this sort of like, this is the mind, and then there's stuff beneath the mind, and when you're huffing and puffing, you're not going to be thinking about anything, right? You're going to be like retouching with your internal body signals. You're going to kind of get like getting back in touch with them. Okay? So just get your body active. Just do something with your body. And the goal here is just to like feel stuff from your body. If you want to exercise, go for it. That has the added benefit. So that's like good, right? So I'd say like try to do some exercise. And small f. Okay. We okay? Saved? Saved. Okay. Next thing that we want to do in terms of getting in touch with our body, this is going to be great, is eat food. Okay? So start with the body. But once again, what you want to do is watch your body's signals in response to the food. So what we want to do is engage internal signals. So you're going to eat foods that you like, but before you eat them, you're going to pay attention. You're going to grab the food that you want to eat. You're going to stick it in front of you in a plate. And I want you to, first of all, notice the craving. Notice the desire. Then you're going to start screwing with your mind. You ready? And then you're going to say to yourself with this food that is in front of you, hey, I'm not going to eat it. I'm going to eat something healthy instead. I'm assuming that what you want is unhealthy, which is maybe something else. And watch what your mind does. right? Like your mind is no. Because here you are, and here's the mind, and we say, no, we're gonna move in this direction towards the healthy food. And the mind is like, no, give me this. Give me this. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Okay? And that's okay. Like, we're not going to punish our mind, but just notice what happens within yourself. So now already, like, when you do that, it's really subtle, but it's huge what this practice does. This practice puts you down here. As you are watching the mind, right? So we've got our observer, which is like looking in this direction. So now we're like looking at the mind, and we're just kind of screwing with it. And then what you want to do is eat something that you dislike, right? So you can eat the thing that you like. But once again, what we're going to do is pay attention to, like, as we tell the mind, hey, we're moving in this direction, it's going to want to move over here. And even if you eat, it's important to eat the food that you dislike. Why is that? Because you need to experience the dislike. That's really important. So experience the dislike. Because when we experience the dislike, what we're going to do is move in this direction. Does that make sense? Because now our body is like telling us, like, you're getting tastes, you're getting flavors. It's not just thoughts. There's going to be an experience of dislike. Okay? And the likes will become the dislikes and all that. That's a different chapter. Okay? We're not worried about that right now. What we want to do is just get back in touch with our internal signals. Right? So then what's happening is, like, whether we experience likes or dislikes, now what we've got is like a better understanding of motivation towards food over here. Okay? So now, like, even if you dislike stuff deep down here, it's still waking up, right? It's not dead anymore. It's sending you bad signals. Like, I don't like this, but that's okay. We're getting signals. That's the important thing. Okay? Now, as you guys do this, now comes the advanced part. So there's going to be like sort of an advanced part, and the last part is actually going to be super, super basic, which is going to be our meditation for the day. Now, our advanced part is, as we get in touch with the likes and dislikes down here, I want you to notice what directs my thoughts. Try to answer this question. Okay, so this is like more inquisitive in nature. So like once you get in touch with, it's kind of hard to describe, but you're going to have all kinds of thoughts up here. You're going to have desires that want to move in this direction. You're going to have desires that want to move in this direction. You're going to have different kinds of actions, right? I want to do this. I want to do this. You're going to have all this crap going on up here. And then down here, you're going to have your drives. But like, what actually controls your actions? What controls your thoughts? When you end up doing something, are you operating from up here? Or are you operating from down here? And this is where you're going to say, like, yeah, I don't really know. I don't really understand the question even. And that's actually totally fine. This is why you need to lay out the landscape of like how the fuck you work on the inside. And the way that we're going to do this is just by creating signals and like learning like where do these signals come from? Is this my mind? Is this my body? Is this an internal drive? Right? Is it emotions? Like, who knows? The whole point of this is so that you understand like how to control this thing that you are. Okay? Right? So like listen to your heart. Like, how do you do that? We're going to figure out, are you actually listening to your heart? What's your heart saying? And it's okay if you're being controlled by dopamine. Like, that's actually not a problem right now. The main thing is to understand it. Okay? Then we get to number 5. So I'm going to teach y'all a meditation to get in touch with your body. This meditation is called Quicksketch. Okay? If you want to get in touch with your body, the best meditation to get in touch with your body is Quicksketch. Okay? So, for those of you that are memeing and thinking that, oh, Quicksketch means touch yourself. Oh, Dr. K is going to tell me to touch myself. Dr. K ASMR stream, touching yourself with Dr. K. No. It's going to be the very opposite of touching yourself. Quicksketch is not a body scan. No. Too easy. And like you just share with your parents. You're like, yeah, so, and they're like, how do I get you to come? What do I have to do to get you to come? And this is where like you can say, you can't. Part of respecting my boundaries is respecting my decision that I'm not going to come. And if you can do that, I think we can have a relationship. If not, I think it's not going to be much of a relationship. All right, so this is really challenging. But when dealing with entitled parents, once again, don't try to convince them. Don't try to tell them, hey, it's like a bad idea for me to come. I don't want to come. Here's why I don't want to come. Here's why coming is a bad idea. Much of a relationship. All right, so this is really challenging. But when dealing with entitled parents, once again, don't try to convince them. Don't try to tell them, hey, it's like a bad idea for me to come. I don't want to come. Here's why I don't want to come. Here's why coming is a bad idea. So it seems today, we're going to try to help people that we've never helped before in this community, and that is average people. So in psychiatry, we try to help the people who are busted, right? The people who are traumatized and addicted and oh my God, and like, we're going to help you like fix your life, right? And then there's also a group of us that are like all about optimizing performance and like finding like your best inner self. And like, I did some work at like Harvard Business School where we're like, oh my God, like let's help you like achieve like your dreams and all this kind of stuff, right? It's about like becoming amazing or crawling out of the pit. We're really good at helping people get away from bad stuff or go to really good stuff. But we don't have a whole lot of advice for people that are just kind of like chilling in the parking lot of life, right? You're not really going anywhere. You're not really running away from anything. Just kind of chilling. So what should y'all do? If you're ready to take the next step on your mental health journey, check out Dr. K's Guide. It's an immersive resource that distills over 20 years of my experience laid out in a way that is tailored to your needs. So if you're ready to better understand your mind and take control of it, check out the link in the description below. And today we're going to talk a little bit about if you're kind of an average person, which let's be honest is like the majority of people out there, what you should be thinking through. And we're going to share a couple of things that you need to think through. Because for average people, what I've found, and that's actually the majority of people that I've worked with at some time, when I was working like, outpatient medicine at a hospital, you get average people. They're not CEOs. They're not all addicts. They're like people who are like married with 2 kids and have pensions and mortgages and like whatever. They're just average people. And even with working with them, I've sort of found that there are 2 things that are really, really important to think through if you're average. So the first thing that I noticed working with average people is that they are both risk averse and passion averse. And this is what this kind of looks like, right? So if you think about your life and how you made your decisions, you had this internal voice inside you that was kind of saying like, hey, bro, we should get a job. And then there's another part of you that's like, as a rock star. And what you do with that internal voice is you're like, yes, 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 we should get a job, but like not as a rock star. And so when I work with average people, what I sort of find is that they have a lot of their behaviors are kind of like avoiding risk. And this is probably the way that they were conditioned, where you sort of think through how you want to live your life and like, how did you pick your job or pick your major? You probably picked something that like is safe, right? Like you're like an accounting major, or you decided to become a web developer, and you're not someone who's going to like drop out of college to like start a company, because that's crazy. We're not going to do that. And at the same time, there are oftentimes passions that these people have. Like if you're kind of like an average person who's not exceptional at anything, chances are you have been passionate about something. Like you've been like super excited about maybe learning how to play guitar or becoming a rock star or something like that. But then you do something really interesting, which is that you are very self-critical or judgmental towards your passions. There's some voice inside you that's like, that's silly. Right? There's something about risk aversion and passion aversion where you're not actually like very open to your passions. You don't do things because that would be silly. And so if we sort of think a little bit about if you do this in life, where is that going to end up? So if you're risk averse, like that's good in a lot of ways. And if you're passion averse, that's good in a lot of ways. Because if we think about who drops out of school, those people are like pro risk and pro passion, right? I'm going to drop out and I'm going to start a company because I believe in myself. But some of us just aren't wired that way, and we're more risk averse and passion averse. So how do you address this? First of all, notice if you do this. This is the first thing to do, right? Is there an inner voice that you sort of say like, hey, that's silly, we're not going to do that, right? Do you do that? And if the answer to that question is yes, then if you want to be like a little bit more passionate, exceptional, whatever in life, we need to actually stoke that flame a little bit. We can no longer keep suppressing it. And so this is what I'd recommend that you do. And this is the kind of work that I do with people. I'll ask people who are average, who come into my office, tell me about things that you wanted to do, but that you thought were like kind of silly or idiotic to do. And what ended up happening. And so what happens is when you sort of quiet that voice or you squash that voice or you're critical of it, and maybe your parents did the same thing, by the way. Did you have some like interesting desire or passion where your parents are like, oh, that is, you can't major in arts, Alok. You should do medicine or engineering. That's your options, right? Law, finance, computer. You can do computer. That one is okay. There's a limited set of options. You can't do anything else. The second thing is if you sort of find that you have done that to yourself, now the question becomes, how do you change that? And that's where what I'll really encourage people to do is move towards their passion and especially move towards a little bit of risk. Now, this is where things get a little bit tricky because I'm not suggesting that you
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world that was smiling when I turned. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself. But I'm ready. Your words up on the wall as you're praying for my phone, and the laughter in the halls and the names that I've been called. I stack it in my mind and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be worse fit in a mind. Tell you you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Look out for yourself. My enemy. Look out for yourself.
Look, okay, I'm hoping that somebody pray for me. I'm praying that somebody hope for me. I'm staying where nobody supposed to be. Posted, being a wreck of emotions. Ready to go whenever you let me know. The road is long, so put the pedal into the flow. The energy on my trail, my energy unavailable. I'ma tell him I still away go. Hey, when I fly on my drive to the top, I've been out of shape, thinking out the box. I'm an astronaut. I blasted off the planet, rock that caused catastrophe, and it matters more because I had it. Now I had, I thought about wreaking havoc on an opposition. Kinda shocking, they want a static with precision. I'm automatic, quarterback, I ain't talking second pack it up on panic, batter up. Who the baddest? It don't matter, cause we is your
Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. I swear I'll never be a sad no way. My enemy. I swear I'll never be a sad. Look out for yourself. If I lose it all, slip and fall, I will never look away. If I lose it all, lose it all, lose it all. If I lose it all, outside the wall, let you die another day. I don't want anything, and just you tell. All I ever wanted to do is know what's out there. I refuse to lose me that I fight on. Oh, yeah. Just too young, ignorant and innocent, like he's there from 19 and 10. Oh, yeah. What do you say? Oh, yeah. You are lost to If I lose it all, slip and fall, will you laugh at me? If I lose it all, lose it all. If I lose it all, slip and fall, I will never look away. If I lose it all, lose it all, lose it all. If I lose it all, outside the wall, let you die another day. I don't want anything, and just you tell.
You do risky things So don't do things that are dangerous. But as I'll work with people, like in my office, I'll ask them, what is something that you've always wanted to do that you thought was silly? And so I had one patient who was like, I've always wanted to go skydiving, or I've always wanted to do karaoke, but I feel like an idiot doing karaoke. I've always wanted to learn how to sing. Like, I think singers are the coolest things and coolest people in the world, but like, I've never known how to sing. I'm tone deaf. They make all